This is Richard Wilford at Edgbaston, where ironically, after 8 weeks of no county championship cricket and no rain, we are being delayed by showers here. They did have the toss at 10:30 before the rain started. Ed Barnard won it and chose to field first. A Warwickshire team, including the returning New Zealand batsman Will Young. Chris Wokes is also named in the starting 11. The delay will probably last at least 45 minutes. They're looking now to try and mop things up and get us underway, but rain has prevented the start at Edgbaston. Very good morning and welcome to Edgbaston. Better late than never for the start of play. It was one of those ridiculously unfortunate situations where the two captains, Ed Barnard for Warwickshire and Tom Haynes for Sussex, went out, had the toss of the coin, which was won by Ed Barnard, who's chosen to field first, and then it started raining and quite a substantial amount of covering was needed, but that has been dried up very, very quickly. And we are out with just a delay of half an hour, which does mean that we should have 8 overs lost today, in theory, which may well mean that we get an extra 8 overs tomorrow, but we'll check out more on that very, very shortly. I'm Richard Wilford from BBC Radio WM. I'll be joined very shortly by Adrian Harms from BBC in Sussex, and Dermot Reeve will be with us for the first 3 days of this game as well. So Sussex are going to be batting first. They come to the crease now. Their team of Tom Haynes, Dan Hughes, Tom Clark, Charlie Tear, James Coles, John Simpson, Finn Hudson-Prentice, Jack Carson, Henry Crocombe, Sean Hunt and Jadav Unadkat. For the home side, for whom Ethan Bamber is just getting ready to bowl the first over from the pavilion end. Rob Yates, Zen Malik, we'll see whether he opens or not. Will Young, the New Zealander, back for a second spell with the county, having been here last year. Ed Barnard, the captain. Vance Janney, who was in excellent form during the 50-over tournament. Alex Davis keeping wicket, and then the four seamers, along with, obviously Ed Barnard's a fifth, but the four main seamers, Chris Wokes, Michael Booth, Ethan Bamber and Ollie Hannon-Dolby. Our umpires this week are Neil Pratt and Rob White. And it's going to be Hughes on strike to face the opening ball of the match from Ethan Bamber. Round the wicket, and he appeals and then kind of withdraws the appeal as it goes past the outside edge of the bat and through to wicketkeeper Alex Davis. But a lively opening delivery from Ethan Bamber. The wicket is green on its edges but not down the middle. There may be a little bit of extra grass on it. We'll check on that at the close of the first day's play. The boundary on the hotel side of the ground, the Priory side, is in a little bit but not too far. The wicket is just to the right of centre as we look down and out towards the city of Birmingham. As Bamber approaches again, left alone outside off stump, and there's no run. Warwickshire with 3 slips in position. The boundary on the Hollies side is slightly shorter. Always has to be in between 5 and 10 yards, depending where you're on the arc, because of the artificial turf that's immediately in front of the fence. Chris Wokes looks in business-like fashion as he replaces his position at mid-on, as this next delivery is jabbed into the offside by Hughes, and there's no run as it's picked up at point. Got a leg slip in as well, which is interesting. Vance Janney is at leg slip. Malik it was who picked it up from point. The Bears with their invisible numbers this year because of the jumpers that they're wearing. So you can just about see Chris Wokes' 19 through his jumper, but then if you know it's his number, you know it's his number. Now a long walk down the track here from Hughes. He's wrapped on the pad, but he had come a long way down. It's hit him just around on the knee roll and more or less in front of middle, but there is no way the umpire could have judged whether that would have done a little bit too much. There is a hint of movement from Bamber in this first over. You can also see where his front foot is landing, and he's just digging up a little bit. Got a bit of dark dirt around that area. As he approaches once more to bowl to Hughes, he gets an edge which bounces once on its way through the third slip, where it's pouched, and there's no run. So it looks like Dan Mosley at first slip, Rob Yates at second, and I presume that's Will Young at third. It's quite hard to tell these days. Ed Barnard mid-off, Chris Wokes mid-on. Yeah, that would be Michael Booth at mid-wicket. So yeah, by a process of elimination, Will Young is at third slip as Bamber comes in to complete the opening over, and he wraps Hughes on the pad again. There's another choked appeal. He may have got something on it, certainly on a height as well. That's hit him on the back thigh pad, so there wasn't an awful lot of merit in the appeal, but a maiden over from Ethan Bamber to start, and a suggestion that certainly there is a bit around with this new ball. And let's see who gets to use it at the Birmingham end. It may well be that Ollie Hannon Dolby will have to wait his turn, because it will be Chris Wokes who's going to come on to bowl from the Birmingham end. Two left-handers at the top of the order. For Sussex, there is a fair amount of left-handedness generally in their order. As, in a moment we're going to hear the splendid tone of the tremendous, friendly, knowledgeable, insightful Adrian Harms.
Oh dear, Richard.
Well,
you must be talking about someone else, I'm sure.
We had a proper nice time earlier in the season at Hove, you and I.
We did, didn't we?
We did. We had a really good week.
Yeah.
So it's really good to see you again.
And you. And always made very welcome here at Edgbaston, I have to say. So
that's nice to know. That's nice to know. It's a bit chilly in here now suddenly, isn't it? Not said that for a few weeks.
No. This looks like Chris Wokes, who's coming in from the City end to bowl to the Sussex skipper Tom Haynes. Is in and bowls, and Haynes is wrapped on the pad. There's a big shout, as you would expect. Rather caught on the crease there was Tom Haynes, and Chris Wokes, in his follow-through, came virtually down the wicket, so he was standing next to Tom Haynes. And the umpire decides that's not out. Looked like a good shout though, Richard.
Yeah, it would have crashed into middle and leg about 2/3 of the way up. It may have just pitched outside. He's got the benefit of the doubt. I think he'd have reviewed it.
It might have been given.
Yeah, I mean, it's the third LBW appeal already this morning. Oh gosh, if that's pitched in line, it's plumb. It's interesting. I think Chris Wokes is almost standing on the batter's toes by the end of the appeal.
Wokes in again, bowls to Haynes, who drives. And they're the first runs of the innings, and that's a typical Tom Haynes shot, in which a little wider from Chris Wokes. I'm not sure he's in complete control of the shot. Tom Haynes has gone between third slip and gully and raced away for 4 runs down towards third man. So Sussex are on their way, and the Sussex skipper on his way with the boundary. Sussex 4 without loss.
Well, he's gone at it very positively with quick hands there, hasn't he, Haynes? And that's the virtue. And the outfield, considering it's had a little bit of rain on it for half an hour today, was pretty brisk. So once it got through the infield, there was no doubt where it was going. The word of warning I would have about... we've had one interruption today. I'd note that 7 members of the ground staff are sitting or leaning against the hover cover.
Wokes in again, bowls to Haynes, who's forward this time and plays a more conventional shot to mid-on, and there is no run. And there's quite a lot of dark cloud around the city of Birmingham this morning. Don't know which direction the weather's coming from, Richard, but if it's coming from where the new hotel is being built, it doesn't look great in that direction.
Yeah, it usually comes over our left shoulders.
Right.
Our friends at Worcester send all the bad weather up the A38. Yeah.
Wokes wheels round. Glimmer of sunshine in and bowls to Haynes, who's beaten. That's a cracking delivery by Wokes. And he goes past Tom Haynes' outside edge. Through into the gloves of Davis, and there is no run. Warwickshire winning the toss and electing to bowl. Is that because there could be a bit in the pitch early on, Richard? Or?
I think so. I think so. And also, you know, today the weather, when they are on the pitch, it's generally going to be overcast. I suspect, and I said earlier, we'll check this out later, there may be a little bit of extra grass on the surface as well. And you've got 2 teams with seam-heavy attacks as well.
Wokes in, bowls, and Haynes up on his toes and steers that into the offside and picks up a single into the covers. So Haynes goes to 5, and that is the Sussex total, 5 without loss in the second over. Both sides, and indeed it's the way the first division of the Championship is this year. You know, any number of sides are looking at the table thinking, you know, 3 or 4 wins to finish the season, and you know, the Championship is there, and it's certainly the case of both these sides.
It's quite a compressed table this year from top to bottom. I think both these sides will probably feel they're one decent win away from making sure they're in Division 1 next season.
Yeah.
So I think we may see a couple of teams get stranded towards the bottom, but for the title, it's very competitive.
Wokes in again, bowls to Hughes, who just plays that nicely off the hip down towards deep backward square leg, picks up a single off the last ball of the over. So 2 overs gone, and Sussex are 6 without loss, with Haynes on 5 and Hughes on 1.
If it were not for the points deduction, Sussex, you know, having played some exceptional cricket this year, against the odds, you know, with all the budgetary restrictions that the county has currently got, would be really contemplating a tilt at the title. They would. I mean, were it not for those 12 points, they'd be top of the table going into these final 6 games.
The problem Sussex might have over the next few weeks with such a a concertinaed programme is that if they pick up any injuries at all, the squad is pretty threadbare.
Concertina is a great word for this final batch of 6 matches. Ethan Bamber comes in round the wicket. That's a good leave on length from Hughes, and it goes through to Alex Davis. In that, it's not even 6 matches in 6 weeks. It's 6 matches in slightly under 6 weeks, because the next week I think it's a Thursday start again. The week after that is a Wednesday start, and the week after that is a Tuesday start. So they've really tightened it, and it doesn't seem right. You want, particularly for the seam bowlers, you want them to have a chance to recharge their batteries between games.
Yeah.
As Bamber approaches once more to bowl to Hughes, who clips this round the corner past the leg slip Vance Jani, and it will whistle away for his first boundary. He goes to 5, 10 without loss. Bamber just straying onto his pads.
No, you're right, and Sussex are restricted in terms of who they can bring in, just to the players who are in the squad. So if they do get any injuries in the, particularly the seam bowling department, there's not the choice of bringing in an overseas player for a couple of games, which I'm sure other counties will be doing as we get to the final few weeks.
I think Glamorgan have brought in 2 overseas pace bowlers. So, and Ollie Robinson, if you see him at all this summer now, it'll be the last couple of games.
I think it is. Yep, I think I worked out it just or possibly even just the last one against Hampshire.
As Bamber approaches once more. That's a better length, but it's too far outside off stump. Good carry through to Alex Davis. The test match here doesn't finish until the 13th of September. So he's not going to be available till after that. You can reasonably assume the way that he's playing.
Yeah.
I'm really pleased to see him back in the England side. I think it's such an unfair reputation that he had, that he breaks down when he plays for England. I know he had bad luck again this year when he first got back into the side, but he's been capable of bowling so many overs year in, year out in the Championship. Bamber in once more to Hughes, driving, but it comes off a thick inside edge and squirts into the leg side. You heard Zen Malik shouting loudly from cover, because that one very nearly got through the gate. They'll jog back for 2. There's 12 without loss. Alan Dolby came round from long leg to do the fielding, but that was entirely the opposite side of the ground from where he intended to put the ball there, Hughes.
I was expecting to see that going towards the cover boundary, but as Richard said, just sort of skewed it away through mid-wicket. No, it was good to see Ollie Robinson actually coming back yesterday in a second and third spell and taking wickets, because that has been the criticism, I think unfairly, of some.
He bowled a lot of overs in a relatively short innings yesterday. Bamber once more. Ooh, that's a tight leave from Hughes, because that has come back off the seam, and in the end it has not missed off stump by very much indeed. Hands on the head from Rob Yates and Dan Mosley in the slips there, but that was a lovely shape of delivery from Ethan Bamber. Hughes comes down and has a little tap of the wicket, but it's the swing from Bamber that's caused him a problem there. And that was, I want to call it dicey.
Yeah.
As leaves go. Bamber in to complete his second over. Very full, driven immaculately for 4. Beautiful straight drive from Daniel Hughes. His second boundary of the over. 3 gone. Sussex 16 without loss.
Well, he's had a little break, Daniel Hughes. He was never contracted to play in the 50 over competition. He didn't pick up a gig in the 100 this year. So he played all the championship matches, all the T20s, then had a break. I know he's been away on holiday. He's got his wife and as a professional netball player over in Australia. Is over here now with their young daughter. So it's good to see Daniel, who's been a real success story for Sussex over the last couple of seasons. Lots of speculation around next season about whether he'll be back, about who will be back for Sussex next season, but at least for the here and now, he's going to be here for the next championship, 6 championship matches. As in comes Chris Wokes running into bowl to Tom Haynes, who's forward and punches that to short extra cover, and there is no run. So 3 slips in a gully. There's a backward point, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and a fine leg. And those very menacing dark clouds are sort of, well, I think we're on the edge of them, Richard.
Yeah, that big set is going past us, which is nice. There's enough breeze. It's heading towards the city centre now.
Wokes in, bowls, and, well, Tom Haynes is going to get 4 runs, but I have to say it's the most unconvincing 4 runs you're likely to see today. That was looking for the big drive through the offside. He's got a big, thick inside edge, and the ball has ended up down at a very fine leg. It'll show Tom Haynes going on to 9 and Sussex 20 without loss, but that's not a great shot. He's got away with one there.
It rather sums up Chris Wokes' season. Back full-time as a Warwickshire player, and he'll do all the Chris Wokes things. He controls the ball wonderfully, he puts it in the right areas, cannot buy a wicket. In the Championship this year, he cannot buy a wicket, Chris Wokes, and you know that easily could have crashed onto the stumps.
Wokes in again, bowls to Haynes, who's more circumspectly forward on this occasion and plays into the offside and picks up a single. Does the Sussex skipper? He goes into double figures on 10 and Sussex 21 without loss. I mean, he does go very hard at the ball, Tom Haynes, and there are occasions when he plays those cover drives and he looks $1 million, but there was talk of him being around with Zach Crawley being out of form. Would Tom Haynes be the next one off the rank in terms of England openers? But he just hasn't got enough runs this season. Tom Haynes. Wokes in bright sunshine in again, bowls and caught, and Daniel Hughes has gone, and that's a very sharp catch taken in the gully. And Chris Wokes, who had a big shout against Tom Haynes, turned down for LBW. Then that thick inside edge going for 4. Well, he hasn't picked up Tom Haynes, but he's picked up his opening partner, Daniel Hughes, who's well caught in the gully for 11. The first wicket goes down, and Sussex are 21 for 1.
Is that the skipper who's put himself in the gully? I think Ed Barnard might have been there. You don't see him fielding there very often. But that has gone. I mean, you talked about speed of hand of these 2 opening batters. That has gone at a real rate of knots. Judging by the fact he's wringing his hand out at the moment, I think it is Ed Barnard. But he had to catch it because it would hit his face otherwise. As he leant towards it, that has absolutely hurtled towards him.
Well, it was a good catch, a sharp catch. I was looking to see who it was, and a lot of the players have got short-sleeve jumpers on today that haven't got their numbers on the back. And I thought, I wonder if he's taken that catch. But you've got me out of jail there, Richard. I think, but it was a really sharp catch. And the first wicket go down. You were just saying Chris Wokes has been unlucky with wickets this season. Well, he's picked up one there, and it's a big wicket of Daniel Hughes. And I always think when Hughes is out for Sussex, you know, the experienced man at the top of the order, that's unquestionably a blow for Sussex. The new man coming in is Tom Clark, who hasn't played a lot of cricket in the last few weeks. He got injured in a T20 match against Middlesex, funnily enough on Champions League final night, and has spent a lot of time out of the side, but he's back in at number 3 today, as in comes Wokes. Bowls to Clark, who plays a very uncertain drive outside of the off stump, goes past the outside edge through to keeper Davis, and there is no run. 21 for 1.
It's a really significant little moment in play here because, again, I can only say that the ground staff at the moment are expecting a shower because 2 of them are now standing behind the hover cover. Their body language is not subtle. If they had a poker hand, they're giving it away. Warwickshire want to capitalise on this spell of play.
Wokes in again, bowls. Clark this time shoulders arms, lets the ball go through to Davis. There is no runs. And a good over from Chris Wokes, an over in which he picked up the wicket of Daniel Hughes. So 4 overs gone here at Edgbaston after a delayed start this morning. Warwickshire winning the toss, asking Sussex to bat first. Sussex 21 for 1. Clark yet to score. Tom Haynes on 10, the man out. Daniel Hughes, who was caught in the gully by the skipper Ed Barnard for 11.
That was a sharp catch.
It was.
There isn't a lot on a cricket pitch that Ed Barnard can't do, to be fair. I'm surprised Bo Webster didn't teach him to bowl a bit of off spin as well as his medium pace, just to round him off a bit more. But yeah, hover cover is on.
Yeah, now here comes the rain.
Yeah. I mean, we can't see any yet, but they know it's coming.
Yeah, I mean, the sun is out.
And the umpires are taking the stumps out. So we have had 4 overs of cricket. Sussex have reached 21 for 1, and they are preemptively coming off the field again. Now, there aren't any umbrellas up just at the moment, but I think they can see the rain is coming to our left. And I mean, you look at those of you watching the YouTube pictures, That great big dark cloud above us, most of that has gone beyond us, but not quite all of it. But there are one or two umbrellas just going up now at the far end of the ground. So it's sort of raining in over a pocket of Edgbaston at the moment. Warwickshire profit by removing Daniel Hughes in that 4-over session of play. We will see. By the way, no overs lost yet today. They are going to try and do the full 96, but of course that will take us probably nearer 7 o'clock than 6 o'clock, and I'm not sure the weather will afford us that privilege. But very useful breakthrough from the Bears' point of view on a wicket that looks like it's got a bit in it for the Seamers.
Yeah, interesting. The just sort of looking at the. You were saying the Warwickshire lads electing to bowl first this morning, and it's a good decision with rain around, and I think they'll be very pleased. I mean, these little short spells, and I always think it's very difficult for the batting side having to come out consistently when we've got these rain breaks. But just looking away to the left-hand side, there are some brighter skies. There's some darker cloud as well, but looks like the ground staff are getting ready for what could be a long delay here, Richard.
Yeah, I think every match in the country today, I think, has been a field first, and there are some wickets flying around. Not 16 for 3 against Surrey at the Oval in the 11th over, so they're struggling there. A couple of wickets for Matt Fisher. Yorkshire 22 for 3 against Hampshire at Southampton. Lyth, Luxton and Whiteman all out. 2 wickets, of course, for Abbott. Tremendous bowler. Leicestershire 32 without loss against Glamorgan, so a good start for the home side there. An absolute flyer for Somerset against Essex. 59 for 1 in the 13th over. So firing away. In Division 2, no play yet at Derby or in Manchester. Gloucestershire 27 for 1 against Worcestershire. A wicket for Allison. And Kent 36 for 1 against Middlesex at Northwood, I think, that game. Was that Merchant Taylors?
Yeah, do you know, I can't keep up where Middlesex play all their games, to be honest.
Well, yeah, it's Northwood and Radlett are the two.
Yeah, so we had a T20 at Merchant Taylors. I'd never been there. That's
that's where they are today. That's where they are today.
Okay.
Well, hopefully we won't be delayed for too long. The rain, such as it is pretty light, but the ground staff, you could see, were expecting it. So we'll see. But for now, Sussex 21 for 1. Clark is not out. He's faced 2 balls. Haynes on 10. Chris Wokes with the wicket of Daniel Hughes, terrifically caught by Ed Barnard in the gully area. We will return as soon as play is restored here at Edgbaston. Sussex 21 for 1. This is Richard Wilford at Edgbaston, where we've had just 4 overs of play in the first hour after a delay of half an hour, and now it is raining again after this sultry summer. But one crucial wicket taken by Warwickshire in that time. Daniel Hughes, the Australian opening bat, caught quite brilliantly by Ed Barnard at gully. The ball was moving very, very quickly to give Chris Wokes his first wicket of the match, and he certainly threatened in the 2 overs he's bowled. But rain has again stopped play, Sussex having been invited to bat at 21 for 1. Welcome back to Edgbaston, where play is about to resume on the opening day, first session of this county championship match between Warwickshire and Sussex. Sussex put into bat. Half an hour delay at the start of the day. They then played 4 overs, during which time Daniel Hughes was caught brilliantly in the gully by Ed Barnard off Chris Wokes for 11. That leaves Tom Haynes on 10 and Tom Clark yet to score. Adrian Harms will probably be back with us after the lunch interval, but I'm delighted to say that the former Sussex and Warwickshire all-rounder, Dermot Reeve, star of England, star of revolutionary TV coverage.
I don't think I was much of an all-rounder at Sussex.
Well,
you was batting me number 10 when I first got there. So.
Yeah, but that was the depth of their side more than a comment on your batting, wasn't it? You were ahead of Tony Pygott.
Well, no, not initially I wasn't.
Were you?
No, it took a while to try and...
You were a callow youth.
Get my way up to number 7. In the end, I had to leave to get more chance with the bat, which was why I left to come to Warwickshire.
Where sort of 6 and 7 was sort of the position in the order then, wasn't it? That sort of area.
At Warwickshire.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, no, about 6 and 5 for most of my 9 years here at Edgbaston. But it's lovely to be back, and at the moment we've got sunshine, which is. Well, it's not a rarity this summer. It's been boiling hot all over the country.
Yeah. Literally, we wait 8 weeks for county championship cricket, and then it starts raining. We expect further issues with the weather today. There's no way of softening that blow, and I think it's as a result of that the ground staff and the umpires decided to rattle around and get back on at 12:30 rather than taking an early lunch now, because we don't know how much play will be possible. It's Ethan Bamber who's going to continue from the pavilion end, bowling round the wicket to Haynes, who defends out in the offside. This top order that starts with 3 left-handers for Sussex. A nice bit of sunshine now, 3 slips in position. They've done away with the leg slip for now, which I think was mainly aimed at Hughes. There's a gully, there's a point, quite a wide, short, mid-off, mid-on.
Yeah, he's a bit deeper than gully, isn't he? He's not.
Yeah, he is.
He's not a traditional catching gully. He's a bit more like a slightly fine backward point.
In comes Bamber again, appeal for LBW. The umpire appears to have given that a level of contemplation, but decides that it's not out. Considering we've had fewer than 5 overs today, that must be the 5th proper LBW appeal that we've had. Just taking a look at that one, Dermot. It's probably height as much as anything. That's going to be the problem. It's hit him above the pads, hasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, you're always on the angle if you're round the wicket to left-handers. You've really got to try and swing it back.
Came in off the seam though. Sure, be of interest as he bowls again, and that goes past the outside edge of Haynes.
Well, no, there's definite movement off the seam. I watched the first sort of 20 minutes from upstairs in the media centre on the big TV, and you know, Bamber's first over, and then Chris Wokes, the ball was definitely nipping off the seam. So good conditions initially to bowl in.
It's a good toss to win, but you need some minutes on the pitch today whilst the cloud cover is here. The weather forecast for tomorrow is better until the evening. Forecast for Saturday and Sunday is really good. Bamber approaches again. He's wrapped on the pad again. There's an appeal for LBW, but it lacked conviction, that one. That's going down the leg side.
He's quite far forward, and you know, with that angle, if the ball does nip back in, there's every chance it either catches you outside the line, or if it hits you in line, if you're on the front foot, the likelihood is it's missing leg stump. But you know, Bamber can bring it back the other way. He can bowl an outswinger to the left-hander from round the wicket, and that does bring the LBW into play.
He's asked Ollie Hannon-Dolby to go a bit finer at long leg, as withdrawing the bat is Haynes. That was quite a sharp delivery from Bamber. Good carry as well. Nobody fielding at third, but the ball would be interfered with if it went down there, because I can count 16 Canada geese in that area, if they all stand still for me. Might be slightly under 16, but they are... A lot of them are facing play as well, Dermot. Adrian's just doing an update for our colleagues down on the south coast. Got to be done. Bamber in to complete the over. Nudging him in defence is Haynes, end of the over, 21 for 1. And in terms of the restart, that's right on hitting his straps, Ethan Bamber, straight away. That.
Yeah, I mean, he's bowling with decent pace as well. But, you know, you can afford just to take that gamble and be that bit fuller with the new ball and when it's sniffing about. And as we found with Chris Wokes' wicket, you know, that's a full delivery that induces the drive.
Yeah.
But I just have to ask you, Richard, which is my effects dial here on the earphones? Because at the moment I've got the building side.
No. Okay, so yeah, no, but you're going to hear the building site. We want to be able to hear the building site, as long as you can hear me as well. That's the main thing.
As Chris Wokes is in, and this one is defended by Clark out to the misfield. Misfield brings an easy single in the end.
That was frustrating. It was the skipper, Ed Barnard, who's got the towel to dry the ball.
Tell himself off.
Yeah, that close-up that you had, those of you watching on YouTube of the birds, I think I was probably right. Oh, here they go. They're flying across the ground now. In formation. That's rather splendid. They clear the ground staff. Oh, that's nice. They've seen enough, and they've suddenly realised this is not Cannon Hill Park.
There's Wokes now into Haynes, and that one is a good length, a fullish length. It brings a forward defensive that skews off the outside part of the bat. It's a good shot, played it nice and late, but you can tell there's a bit of movement there because it's just gone from sort of the middle of the bat to the thicker outside edgy part and skewed off square on the offside. That's Malik at square cover, is it?
It is, yeah.
Malik,
yeah, Zen Malik's there.
Johnny's at deep gully. Wokes is in again to Haynes, and this one is played nicely off his pads. He'll get an easy single to square leg.
Zen is the only fielder other than bowlers, because Ethan Bamber hasn't put his jumper on, but he's the only one who's got his shirt visible and his number visible for us.
Right.
Everybody else has got their jumpers on. If you know the numbers under the jumpers, you can just about make them out. It's like Rob Yates at second slip. You can just about see the 17 through his shirt, through his jumper there.
I think they're all short sleeve jumpers. They're not the only ones who've got a long sleeve jumper. As Wokes is in and bowls now, and there's a big shout for LBW, a huge shout for LBW. And once again we get a shake of the head from the umpire.
And he's right, the umpire, in that has swung and then just done slightly too much. It just would have missed leg stump.
Yeah, it's more chance though, I think, for Wokes to get an LBW because he's over the wicket. If he gets that bit of shake back in to the left-hander, swings it from off stump onto middle. Just got to be nice and full as he's in again, and this one's short of a full length, and it's defended. Dot ball up to mid-on, and Dolby picks it up and starts the shining on his right thigh. Putting a bit of heat into that shiny side might just help it swing a little bit more.
So you think temperature's part of the...
Yeah, I think if you really get a good rub on it and get some heat on one side, and this is a full delivery from Wokes, driven very handsomely by Tom Clark, up to long off for a boundary. So last ball of the over goes for 4. Up to that point it had been a good over from Wokes.
Yeah, he's just over pitch, but then that is because he's trying to bowl full. He's trying to give it the best chance, isn't he, to swing?
Yeah. I'm not sure on the swing, but I just always remember a day at Sussex, actually at home, where Imran decided he was going to put a bit of effort into shining the ball.
Yeah.
And I remember him, rubbing it, I think, on these nice Duncan Fernley whites that were pretty good for shining. But he threw the ball to me to bowl, and it was hot on one side.
Wow.
And yeah, so I don't know, a bit of hot and cold.
Yeah, different temperature of the ball through the air. It could make sense. It defies science, a lot of it. As Bamber approaches the bowl to Haynes, it's down the leg side. Does he get a touch on it? There's an appeal for a catch down the leg side. But I've got to say, I don't think Alex Davis, having snared it, was necessarily convinced that it hit anything other than pad.
Super take though. Did really well to get. It was on that angle. You, as a keeper, you stood expecting the ball outside off, and with that angle from Bamber, it's taking it away from you all the time.
Good leap.
It's down the leg side. It was excellent. A bit of glove work and agility.
Haynes awaits once more. Bamber back of a length, clipped behind square down to Hannon Dolby for a single. 28 for 1. There's a reasonable battle for the wicket-keeping spot now here, and it's Kai Smith is the deputy, who's looked very good with the bat when he's had opportunities this year, but Alex Davis is still the better wicket-keeper. Of that there's no doubt. Couldn't keep wicket the first couple of games of the season because he had a finger problem, but it's been very tidy since. Once more, Bamber approaches, pushed into the offside, in towards the covers. Picked up there, and there's no run.
Yeah, I don't think it's a a coaching plan or a hierarchy plan for a weakness of the batsman to go round the wicket, because you've got one bowler. We've got a new ball here. We've got one bowler round the wicket. They're both quite similar in terms of pace, Bamber and Wokes, but we've got one round and one over, so I can only think
the wicket back of a length, shouldering arms is Clark, no run.
I can only think that Bamber's more comfortable bowling round the wicket to left-handers.
Comes down to personal preference sometimes, doesn't it, really?
Absolutely. I mean, every time I've come to Edgbaston and watched Bamber bowl, it's a lefty, he's round the wicket, so, and he's getting wickets. Has a good record.
Having a very good season, Ethan Bamber. Played pretty well in the 50-over competition as well. The bowl to Clark, who comes forward off the inner half of the bat. He squirts it through square leg. They're going to come back quickly for 2. They throw his errant, so Clark is comfortably through. He goes to 7. It's 30 for 1. And what they have looked to be is positive in their play here, Sussex, because the ball is doing a little bit, but they're looking for the chances to score. They're punishing any poor balls.
Well, that would have been a catch a short leg. In the old days, they've had a short leg been there, under the lid, boot hill as they used to call it. Now that just popped up dead square.
Numbering to completely over. That's down the leg side. Another good take by Alex Davis. You generally don't see short legs much, except for the slower bowlers these days.
No, it's definitely a position which has become a bit out of favour in the modern game with the faster bowlers, but in my mind it's still a very good and very useful fielding position, because the batsman, he sees the man there, and it does at times restrict a batsman from getting forward, because he's always thinking, oh, I might get an inside edge and pop it up there, and as a result it can bring the LBW into play with the batsman not going forward when he should. The big modern one, isn't it, at the moment that's come in, is the keeper standing up to fast bowlers.
Yeah, oh yeah. If the keeper's got the skills, why not?
And it's Wokes from the Birmingham end, and this one's down the leg side as well. So Warwickshire just been a bit wayward in the last 7 balls or so.
Of course, in your time here, you had a very good short leg in Andy Moles, who wouldn't mind fielding there. And when you got Alan Donald with his fire and Tim Munton with his height, then short leg is going to be in play.
Yeah, there was a chap for Essex though, Brian Hardy, who used to pick up so many catches at short leg off the fast bowlers, as a short ball from Chris Wopes, and a good one, because he couldn't pick it up with his any change in action. That's what can deceive a batsman. He's not realising it's going to be a short ball early on in the delivery.
Quite exotic bounce that was as well. I mean, it really did lift, didn't it?
Yeah. Here's in again, Wokes, and this one is it. Oh, nearly a drag on from Haynes, defending off the back foot and got an inside edge, and it just bounced over the stumps.
As mild-mannered a character as Chris Woakes is, and he's renowned as being one of cricket's nice men.
Right.
He had a few words for Tom Haynes there. I don't think they were about what he fancied for lunch.
No. Well, he's bustling back to his mark and steaming in. He's getting through his overs nice and quick. He's in again, and this one has beaten the outside edge of Haynes, who's just wafted a lazy cut shot. But good delivery from Woakes, and there's movement there.
It's the lack of footwork there was a bit of a problem. That's a waft of a batter that's got himself a bit frustrated in this over, and he likes to keep the scoreboard ticking over Haynes, doesn't he? His instinct is to attack.
He's 12 off 22 balls. As Woakes is in again, and this one beats him again on the outside edge, and he was just trying to defend it and play it late. So some good deliveries from Chris Woakes this over. He is a very good exponent of which is quite a modern terminology that's come to this game, which they keep talking about, the wobble seam delivery. Yeah. And we saw in the test match yesterday, Sussex bowler Robinson bowling some beauties as Woakes is on a good line of length on the last ball, and it's defended for a dot. So a good over from the England and Warwickshire all-rounder, who has got the new ballers in preference to Anand Dolby today.
Yeah, I think Woakes gets seniority there.
Yeah, Bamber got the first over though.
Yeah.
So, which he deserves. He's been the leading Warwickshire bowler for a couple of years now in this format, and he's bowling it. He's continuing round the wicket, but he now has 4 slips.
Yeah, so Bamber in. Full slip is quite close in as well. That just straightens Clark up a bit, but he plays it with the full face of the bat. Back down to the bowler. The second rain delay means we have lost 11 overs today. So that will mean an extra half hour tomorrow. So it'll be a 104 over day tomorrow. But up of about 20 yards. This one is too far outside off stump. Clark takes a step forward and lifts that bat up towards shoulder height.
So I've just had a quick count up, and there's over 20 workmen on the top level of the
on the top alone, okay.
Of the hotel at the minute.
Another one's just climbing up there, so I'm cheating if I had him.
Just thought I'd have a quick count.
Yeah, so
they're kind of a lot of work going on.
Yeah, well, there's about 2 fresh stories appeared on top of there since the last home game for Warwickshire. As this is left alone outside off stump, and that was angled in a little bit more. Good judgment from Clark, as it turns out.
They're not quite rushing through to get it done by the test match, though, are they?
It's not this year. No, it won't be ready for this year's test match, but it will be by the time of the Ashes test match next year. And the Dennis Amiss stand will be sat there in front of it.
All right.
And the footings and these first sort of steps are appearing for that as well. So you can see where it's going to fit. It's gone down pretty well with the members that it's going to be named after Dennis.
After Den.
So, Bamber in, wraps him on the pad, another LBW appeal. They liked it in the slip cordon. And again, it's not going to be given, and again I don't think the umpire can have any certainty whether that's going to hit leg or go down. It was close.
Yeah, once again it's on the angle, isn't it? Let me just put my glasses on.
The way he's wandered, because he's come out of his crease. That one again, it would have been an interesting review.
Yeah.
Bamber will try once more, and it's a leave, and again it's coming back at him, and Clark is dicing a bit here. This has been another good over from Ethan Bamber.
Good carry as well on that ball. That's really flown through to Alex Davies.
You suspect that Graham Welsh will be working on Bamber in terms of getting a little bit more pace into him. You know, he's working with a terrific bowling coach now who's done wonders for quite a few careers. I know that he enjoys working with Pop Welsh. In for his final ball of his 5th over. That's down the leg side, and he misses out Clark. It was quite full. It bounces through to Alex Davis. End of the over, 9 gone. Sussex 30 for 1. So in 5 overs since the resumption, they've added just the 9 runs.
And it'll be Chris Wokes continuing. He's got 1 for 17. And we've got some quite low and dark clouds that are building up over the city, and I think they're moving slightly this way. It's going to be a problem with the visibility as well as the rain. As Wokes comes in, and this is Shaw, and it's played quite nicely, and it's going to go all the way to the boundary. So a boundary coming between gully and backward point, or gully and square cover. He found the gap, and it was a very nonchalant shot, just sort of a little bit short, a little bit wide, and Haynes climbs into it, but it wasn't, you know, tremendous bat speed. It was just placed.
He got nicely up on his toes, didn't he, to guide it down.
Yeah, it was a guide more than a full-blooded cut. As Wokes is in, and this one is also guided. There's no run, is it?
The position that
Goes to
Van
gully
Jani
and-
is taking there, I mean, it's almost a fly gully.
Yeah.
In that he is so deep compared to the 3 slips. If anything, it's got deeper.
Yeah, I mean, the ball's not going to carry there off an orthodox edge, or an edge with the batsman playing defensively.
No.
There's no chance it would carry there. It's only going to carry there if it's a slash with some pace on it. As this one is very close to the stumps again. Chris Wokes wrapping the fingers of Tom Haynes and hit him on the glove, and it just bounced down close to the stumps again. So he's having a bit of fortune. He has moved on to 16.
He's got quite a sore left hand after that as well. And Sussex are very sensitive about injuries at the moment. They've got a thin squad, given their financial circumstances and some injuries they've already got. No Goodman, no Price this week.
Wokes comes in, and this one is outside off and carries through nicely to Alex Davis, but it started a bit wide, so it was a comfortable and easy leave for the batsman. Yeah, it's interesting that having had Barnard in the gully take that catch, that there isn't a gully in place, or an orthodox gully in place now. He's about probably 6 yards deeper than a normal gully, and he's walking in.
Yeah.
And that's played up the pitch, back to Wokes. It's a dot ball.
That's the thing that makes it particularly unusual, the fact that it is a walking in position that he's fielding in. And I don't know whether this is specific for Haynes or whether he'll do the same for Clark.
Yeah, one thing that being closer does is it narrows the angle.
Yeah.
So in a way, you cover more room. You haven't got as much time, but you're covering more space by narrowing the angle. As Wokes is in, and this one is played off the pads, and it's played out to, I think a tumbling Barnard.
Yeah, I think that's Michael.
Or Booth.
Michael Booth.
Michael Booth at square leg, who's slid to stop it and missed it completely, and bumped off his body, and they get a single. There've been a couple of unforced errors in the field, really.
Yeah.
By Warwickshire. So.
We assume that lunch remains at 1 o'clock. Couldn't quite hear the announcement, but in this situation, I think that's what will happen here. It might not. We'll find out, won't we, when 1 o'clock comes? We'll soon find out, Dermot. But if it is a 1 o'clock lunch, we're looking at 2 more overs before the interval here. Sussex will be delighted if they get through without losing a second wicket. They lost Daniel Hughes in the first curtailed session of 4 overs, and that's gone past the outside edge of Haynes again, who may not have been thrilled by that misfield, because he's he's not seeing the ball terribly cleanly at the moment. He might have enjoyed being at the non-striker's end for a while.
He's having a bit of a hit one, miss one spell, hasn't he? But, you know, what there is, and it had to be said, is there is quite prodigious movement off the pitch. A little bit of swing and then movement away from him.
Bamber approaches once more, and off the inner half of the bat, it's guided out into the leg side. Booth at mid-wicket does the fielding, and there's no run.
Yeah, I'd just like to see a short leg in from that position that Booth's in at mid-wicket. I'd like to see a man.
Particularly with Bamber operating round the wicket. With the angle that he's, the natural angle.
Just a normal forward defensive could pop up there. And you want wickets with having won the toss and chosen the field. You want early wickets.
It's a big swing and a miss from Haynes, who just jabbed his front foot forward and threw his hands, hoping to go through the ball, but yeah, that wasn't a particularly pretty shot.
It looks like he might have strained his back or side, having swung so hard and missed it. He was just stretching his side there after what can only be described as a well, a big slog, really.
Yeah. He was braced for impact that never came, and he leaves this next ball alone outside off stump. Bamber will be a little frustrated with himself, I think, that he didn't keep as tight a line, because that's a foot and a half outside off stump, and taken by Alex Davis in front of Dan Mosley at first slip. With Haynes again on strike, Gianni is again in the sort of walking in version of a gully. There's obviously method to the madness, but I'm not entirely picking out what it is. Bamber, and again, driven but with no timing. He's ringing out his left hand, which he took a bang on in the previous over, and he's hurt it again just because the timing was so poor. Barnard fields at mid-off. Those do sting a bit when it rattles you like that. The sound of bat and ball wasn't great, was it?
I mean, it's tremendous positive intent by the batsman, but at this stage with the ball nipping about, it could easily bring about his downfall.
Bamber, final ball of his sixth over, pushed into the offside. He's going to steal the strike again. Haynes gets a single. The only run off the over, 36 for one. Not content with having faced 12 balls in a row, he's going to prepare to face a little bit more of Chris Woakes here, as the light is just starting to close in again. And one way or another, whether we are definitely having lunch on time at 1 o'clock or not, I'm not sure how far beyond 1 o'clock we might get before the next shower.
I think it's also very much something in the modern game that I feel that opening batsmen, they are concerned with their strike rate, if you like. They don't.
Yeah.
The old-fashioned, let's just see off the new ball, is gone a bit out of fashion as Woakes is in. And again, that's a very loose shot. He gets a thick inside edge, but this is going to go for 4, beating a very square, fine leg. That's Ethan Bamber down on the boundary. That's a very short boundary.
That is 4 times he's now nearly dragged Chris Woakes onto his stumps. It's unbelievable how it's missed on every occasion. Chris understandably giving it the full double teapot at the end of his follow through.
Well, he's gone to 22 off 37, but he's been very lucky. And this one again, he defends, and it's dropped down by his feet, and he's managed to get his foot on it to stop it rolling back towards the stumps. But he's definitely being challenged by this new ball pair of Bamber and Woakes.
Chris Woakes' luck is out. It really is. I know he's taken the 1 wicket to fall, but his figures at 1 for 26 in his 6th over do not do justice to how he's bowled at all.
He's in again and bowls, and this one's full and driven, too full. That was a good shot from Haynes, who definitely puts the pressure back on bowlers because he goes for his shots. That's another boundary. Played a wonderful off drive all the way. I think that was him, not Clark, but actually it might have been Clark up to long off. But Haynes definitely goes for his shots. If you give him a bit of width, he likes to.
Well, for all that this has not been an easy innings for him so far, he's sticking true to himself, and I think that reflects a lot of credit. He's playing the way that he plays and that he's comfortable doing.
And this is, he's forward again, and this one goes to that position, that to the deep gully, and there's no run. A nice stop. I mean, they're rattling a lot, aren't they? 44 for 1. And we're in the 12th over, so it is.
Yeah, about 3.75 and over. I think the key is that they're not losing wickets. In that, most of the matches in Division 1 have had quite a few wickets this morning.
And this one is played off the front foot, out to square leg, and there's no run. Good delivery, good defensive shot. But you just fancy with Haynes what is his technique is, as soon as he sees something that he thinks he can put away to the boundary, he's going for it, whether it's full or got a little bit of width on it. Wokes is in his last ball of the over, and this is driven quite nicely. Punched up to mid-off, and there's just a single. So he's nicked the strike again.
It's absolutely uncanny,
4 overs
isn't it?
in a row.
He certainly faced the last 18 deliveries. They're hustling to get the next over started, which would suggest that lunch is going to be imminent. Because Bamber was quick to give the umpire his cap, and I'll make it 12:59. The clock on the scoreboard, which was all over the shop this morning, then corrected it. It was like being at Toy Town watching the dial go.
I know a few umpires that would have walked very slowly from square leg back to the bowler's position.
Bamber into Haynes, jabs it out in the offside, and there's no run. Well, if we're in a situation where we didn't get any more delays today, you've got a bit of a bumper afternoon session to come. You might as well. You'll be looking at 40 overs in the middle session. So, yeah, you'll be able to hear a little bit of something, because I've got to contribute to a news bulletin in a bit, so I'll turn it down for you. He was looking at me quizzically as Bamber comes in, and Haynes pushed out on the offside, and he's going to come off strike with another single. He's on 28. It's 46 for 1. And this will be the final over before lunch. Adrian has the knowledge and has written it down for me.
It's one of those things I always think with the BBC is that occasionally you get, this is the shipping forecast that sort of comes through, doesn't it?
That'll be all right. I don't know what the sea conditions are around the Isle of Lundy just at the moment, but there's something very soothing about listening to the shipping forecast. Especially if you're not at sea. As Bamber is, that's kept a bit low as it's left alone. And low to his left. I think Davis has picked that up on the second bounce.
Yeah. It did skittle through. I mean, it was quite wide.
Three balls left in the session. Light again is closing in, so we'll see what happens. If we can just range you in the interval, that'd be fine. Bamber in his 7th over. Oh, and he's hit the pad of Clark, who was leaving the ball alone. It's come back into him. I suspect it hit him too high to be of interest, and outside the line as well.
But he wasn't playing a shot, so where it's hit him wouldn't come into the umpire's equation.
It'll be the height.
It would be the height.
Yeah.
So dangerous, always dangerous for batsmen to shoulder arms and get hit outside the line. And sometimes that's the thing that makes the umpire go, oh, you weren't playing a shot.
Yeah.
And the finger goes up.
They're going to put a leg slip in. There's be 4 slips and a leg slip now. Mid-wicket's disappeared. 2 balls left in the session. Bamber comes in once more and is driven nicely through the offside for 4, which brings up the 50 for Sussex in fine style. That's a good hit from Tom Clark.
That was the shot of the morning.
It's Richard Wilford at Edgbaston, where Sussex are 50 for 1 in this morning session, restricted to just 13 overs because of poor weather. Chris Wokes with the 1 wicket to fall, Daniel Hughes out for 11. Clark has 11, Haynes 28. He's nearly chopped onto his stumps 4 times, but he survived. About to break for lunch with Sussex 50 for 1. Sorry about that, Dermot. I had to interrupt to get that.
No, I was just saying that was from Clark. That was the shot of the morning through the covers.
Final ball of the session, he leaves and just about judges that right. There have been some very accurate leaves during the course of this morning session, but 50 for 1 after 13 overs, and that is it for the morning session. And Dermot, I think Sussex will probably be quite pleased with getting through to where they are.
Absolutely, having been put into to bat, and with the movement that's been on offer and on display, it has been a tricky 13 overs, but they've only just lost 1 wicket, so you would say that's been slightly Sussex's session ahead more so than Warwickshire's.
I think the ground staff are going to bring the covers back on just in case, but we do reach the interval, and Sussex reach there at 50 for 1. Hopefully we will be back with further play at 20 to 2. This is Richard Wilford at Edgbaston, where rain has again delayed proceedings here. 50 for 1 Sussex were when we reached lunch, only 13 overs possible in the morning session. Chris Wokes with the only wicket to fall. The fact the ground staff aren't visible suggests they think the rain may have set in for a while. When play does eventually resume, it will do so with Sussex on 50 for 1. Welcome back to Edgbaston, where the noise of the hover cover is good news, because it means that the players are emerging for play to be restored after a nearly 2-hour break since the lunch interval was called at around 4 minutes past 1. There are 51 overs left in the day. We've only had 13, so we've lost 32 overs, and tea will be at 4:25 unless we get interrupted by another shower, which is a high probability. Play resumes with Sussex on 50 for 1, Clark on 11, Haynes on 28. The man dismissed Daniel Hughes, who was caught at gully by Ed Barnard off Chris Wokes for 11. I'm Richard Wilfer. Very shortly, Adrian Harms from BBC Sussex will be with us alongside me. A man of both Sussex and Warwickshire, Dermot Reeve, and Sussex will feel quite pleased that in those 13 overs they emerged just one down.
Absolutely. There was a definite, fairly extravagant movement off the pitch with the ball nipping around for Chris Wokes and Ethan Bamber, and there was plenty of playing missing and the batsmen getting wrapped on the pads a lot, which is a fair indication that batting's tricky. But they've come through it and they're ready to start a possible hour and a half session after lunch.
Yeah, so we should get through about 21, 22 overs in this next section of the day. Ollie Hannon-Dolby's coming on for the first time. Wokes bowled 6 and Bamber 7 earlier. Be interesting who bowls from this end, but it'll be Hannon-Dolby from the Birmingham end. He's going to have 3 slips. This peculiar deep gully that they've used for Haynes today. As we described it, a walking in position. A point mid-off, mid-on, and long leg is really a deep square leg, deep backward square leg, more than anything else. And it'd be interesting whether Hannon-Dolby at 6'7" or so gets a little bit more bounce out of this as well, and whether the ball is still doing something. It's only 13 overs old, so it should still be doing something. And here comes Hannon-Dolby. Haynes is the man on strike, and the first ball he gets up high to defend back down the wicket, and there's no run. Fair to note that the ground staff are not moving too far away from the hover cover. One of them's on their way maybe for a drink, but the rest of them are in position just in case.
And not as many workmen here after lunch. I can only spot 3 up there on the third level of the up-and-coming stand and hotel.
Yeah, they're having a conversation. Often that means something's arriving. They'll go to receive it as this next delivery draws Haynes onto the front foot, and he defends it again out into the offside up to Ed Barnard with his white tail, that is the towel that he's been using to dry the ball. From the work of the super soppers, it's fair to say that the most recent interruption is the one that produced the most rain, and it did take a little bit of drying out this time. One more heavy shower, I think we might struggle for the rest of the day, but we'll see.
Yeah, there is likely to be still a little bit of moisture on parts of the ground.
Hannon-Dolby in, clipped off his hips, but to the man at square leg, who is Michael Booth. He's got a black cloth in his back pocket. Be interesting to see whether he bowls now, whether Barnard bowls now, or whether one of the 2 openers continues. Barnard was just swinging his arms there, because he gets more lateral movement than Booth.
Yeah, any of them would be queuing up because it's... But it does look like Barnard just had a little stretch there of his side. Yeah. Little jump around at mid-off.
He's jinking like he's about to start an 8-round fight. As this again is turned in front of square to square leg. And again Booth does the fielding. Got an update for the 2 local radio stations in a few seconds' time, so I'll just carry on talking for now. Still some pretty heavy cloud over us, but there's a patch of blue away to our left in the area from where the weather has been coming for most of today. So if that would just relent for an hour, that would be quite nice. Try and get a bit deeper into this game on day 1. As Hannon-Dolby approaches. This is Richard Wilford at Edgbaston, where Sussex have just resumed after a long rain delay. They're on 50 for 1, Haynes 28 and Clark 11. Ollie Hannon-Dolby joining the Warwickshire bowling attack for the first time today. See whether his added height gets a bit more bounce. The Bears bowled with very little reward in the 13 overs possible in the 2 spells of play we had before lunch. The only wicket so far taken by Chris Wokes. Sussex having resumed at 3 o'clock at 50 for 1. Duty's done. Got to get your duties done. as Hannon Dolby comes into bowl to Haynes and again turns it to square leg. Maiden over to start for Ollie Hannon Dolby. And that means the score continues at 50 for 1. And Dermot Reeve will be joined in a moment by Adrian Harms.
Yeah, very tidy over that by Hannon Dolby. Made the batsman play all 6 deliveries. But the length, a little bit on the short side of what we call an attacking length. So it gave the batsman time just to push forward, then just to ride the bounce. Hannon Dolby gets a bit more bounce, being that he's very tall. And it is the captain, Ned Barnard, who will be bowling from the pavilion end. Good afternoon, Adrian.
Hello, Dermot. Good to see you. I'm sure our listeners down in Sussex will be glad to hear your voice.
As Barnard starts with a ball outside off, which is let go by Clark through to the keeper.
You have some happy memories of your time down on the south coast?
Yeah, oh, absolutely. You know, that was when I was a young man, the age of 20, that Sussex signed me. So I had, 5 hard-working years down there. Quite a few overs I got through as Barnard appeals through an LBW, beats Clark on the inside edge. But he probably got just outside the line, I would have thought.
How did the signing for Sussex come about?
I was bowling at Ian Gould. He was playing for the MTC against the champion county, which was the sort of first game of the season. And I was just bowling at Gouldy in the indoor nets. And he must have, I got a nice ball, shined it up, and it swung about a bit. So Gouldy recommended me to Stuart Story to come and play in the second team, as this is played up to mid-on. So I played a second team trial game against Hampshire, who had Robin Smith, and he got 100. But I kept it pretty tight. I think I bowled 20 overs and got, maybe 2 for 60 or 2 for 50 odd. But I was the one who didn't get really punished by Smith on that day. As Barnard comes in, and this is played, and they will get a single up to a mid-on as he runs around to his left. And then Ian Gregg, I think, fell out of he left his door key, and he climbed up to his flat on the first floor, and I think the window ledge gave way, and he fell down and broke his leg. So they were already without Imran, and now Ian Gregg had broken his leg, so I got signed up and thrown into the first team in June. That was in June of '83, and made my debut against Somerset as Barnard comes in, and this is played comfortably up to mid-on, quite a strong push.
Was that at Taunton or at Hove?
At Hove.
Right. Against a very good Somerset side, I would
no,
imagine.
they were without Viv. They were without Viv and Botham for that match.
That was a result.
But I remember I got a 3 for and a 2 for.
Okay.
So I got 5 wickets in the match, and I thought, well, this isn't too hard, is it? As Barnard comes in, and that's a beauty that beats Haynes on the outside edge. But I thought, well, that's 5 wickets in a match, and at that point, at that stage, it was sort of 24 matches a season. And I thought, wow, I'm going to get over 100 wickets. And then I quickly found out that it's not always that
It's a bit
easy.
harder than that.
It's a bit harder than that to get 5 in a match. And some of the batsmen you bowl at are pretty good. But it's funny when you've gone from club cricket, where your figures, you might get 4 for 40 and think, oh, I was a bit expensive today. But, 4 for 40 in the first class level, you'd be
Very pleased.
very, very pleased with that.
It's going to be Oliver Hannon Dolby who's going to carry on from the city end of the ground here at Edgbaston. Increasing amounts of blue sky, which is encouraging. Tall man running in towards us to bowl to the left-handed Tom Clark, who lets that one go outside the off-stump. Taken not cleanly on this occasion by Alex Davis, and there is no run. 3 slips and a gully. Point mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. If you're just joining us, we're just in the 15th over of the day. A delayed start till 11:30. Warwickshire winning the toss, deciding to bowl first. We had 4 overs before we went off for the first time, and then just another 9 up until lunch. And this is just the second over till lunch. Lots of heavy cloud around, but increasing amounts of blue, which is good news as Helen Dolby runs in towards us and bowls. And Clark shoulders arms. He looked to me like he was hit round about the thigh pad. Let's just watch a replay of that. Yeah, a little high, and it was also pitching outside leg stump. The ball dribbles away. There is no run. So back in those days of early 80s, who were the standout players around the county circuit? Do you think, I don't want to face him,
I
don't want to bowl against him?
To start with, it was me being very much in awe of my teammates at Sussex.
Yeah, of course.
I'm there sitting there sharing a dressing room with Imran Khan and Garth LaRue.
Helen Dolby in, bowls. Clark plays it defensively into the offside and goes through for a world judge single into the covers. The throw comes in. It's almost an overthrow, but 1-2 Clark. He goes to 13, the total of 52 for 1.
So, those were the days where you could have 2 overseas players, and pretty much you were getting the best in the world to come and play county cricket. So, you'd have Garner and Viv at Somerset, and Hadley and Rice, and Marshall and Greenwich,
Yeah. Sylvester Clark at Surrey, I guess.
Yep.
Helen Dolby in, bowls, and he flirts with that outside the off stump as Tom Haynes doesn't get a nick, goes through to Alex Davis. There's no run.
Glad you mentioned Sylvester Clark, because that was... I did night watchman, and the next day I got 100 at Guildford against Surrey, against Sylvester.
Did you?
Yes.
He was quick though, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was very quick. But, Andy Roberts at Leicestershire, I remember going into bat and the wicket was a bit green, and the red ball, I couldn't even pick it up on the green, the red and green. I thought, I might have red-green colour blindness here. The ball just studded into my thigh pad before I'd moved.
Helen Dolby in bowls, and Haynes, that's a lovely shot. Now, that's probably the most authoritative shot that Tom Haynes has played. It was overpitched by Ollie Helen Dolby, and he just eased that with beautiful timing down through mid-off for 4 runs.
That's a fantastic shot, wasn't it?
Yeah, and when he plays like that, Tom Haynes, he looks a much better player than when he's throwing his hands. He was a bit skittish earlier on this morning.
Yeah. I mean, I've got a little bit of a theory on, and it'd be interesting because you would know, well, I don't, but I would suggest that Haynes and Clark are both right-hand dominant people who bat left-handed.
Okay,
so the top hand is the strong one. So that's the likes of the New England captain, the New England coach Stephen Fleming.
In comes Dolby again, bowls. Haynes plays it into the offside. He needs to be quick here, and Tom Clark had to get the afterburners on there. In the end, they've gone through for a single, but just for a moment, I think Tom Clark would have been responding to his skipper's call, thinking this is going to be a bit tight. Either way, it's the end of the over. Is it the end of the over? Yes, it is the end of the over. 57 for 1. Clark 13, Haynes on 33.
Yeah, so I've got this theory that your dominant right-handed people who bat left, they're very good drivers of the ball in general and sweet timers of the ball, very elegant through the covers. But they will tend to back foot drive with the straight bat as opposed to playing the cut shot. As Barnard is in, and this one is played up to mid-off by Haynes, while your dominant left-handers who bat left-handed, the likes of Andrew Strauss and Vittori, Alan Border, they get a ball with a bit of width and they look to play a cut shot, while a David Gower would try and drive it with a straight bat. As Barnard is in, and this is played to mid-off and for no run. Yeah, I mean, there's a whole host of some of the world's greatest that they've been, who are dominant right-handers who bat left-handed, who drive the ball and keep the high front elbow up, and but they're not normally as good on, say, the pull shot or the cut shot. As Barnard is in, and this one is played down to deep backward square for a single. Barnard just getting a bit too straight.
Well, he certainly, Tom Haynes was away. He's been on a couple of Lions tours, but he was away with the Lions in the winter, and scored a healthy amount of runs out in Australia. and came back and was certainly in the conversation, because it was pretty clear Zach Crawley wasn't going to figure in the Test series against New Zealand. But he was one of those in the conversation, along the likes of Emilio Gay. And
as Barnard is delivering this, and it's played very handsomely by Clark up to mid-off, no run.
And, you know, Ben McKinney was another one up at Durham who was in the conversation, but he just hasn't scored enough runs this season, Tom. Right. But when he, you know, he likes to get on with it at the top of the order, but he's, you know, he often gets 30s or 40s or gets out, but it was just so good to see him play that lovely off drive.
As Barnard is into Clark, and this one is whipped away on the leg side. He just seemed to come across his stump slightly and take a ball that was quite straight, and he clipped it. Beautiful shot in front of square on the leg side. It's went right to the boundary for 4.
Super shot, wasn't it?
Straight into the hover cover that's parked over there.
I don't think Haddon Dolby down at sort of deep backward square. I don't think he saw that, you know.
No, he didn't pick it up, did he? He wouldn't have stopped it anyway.
No, he wouldn't. No, he's a big fella, but he would have got round.
Yeah, Barnard normally gets a bit of movement and a bit of swing, and he's in again, and that's a good delivery, and it has Clark just fencing at it slightly. He manages to defend it back down the pitch, but you could see him there just a little slightly worried or concerned as it hit the splice and as he was forward.
And you listen to live cricket on the BBC. Adrian Harms delighted to be joined by Dermot Reeve, who's got a foot in both camps this week. Former Warwickshire and Sussex player. The sun is out here at Edgbaston. It's a blue sky over the city of Birmingham. It looks like it could be raining, but I think that has drifted away from us. So
yeah, that's gone.
Hopefully that's gone. We don't know what's coming from behind us, but we can see some bits of blue sky. I mean, when I arrived at the ground this morning, a few people said we'd be lucky to get anything after lunch today, but maybe the forecast is not quite right. So let's hope those gloomy forecasts are wrong. As in comes Haddon Dolby, bowls to the left-handed Haynes, and he's beaten outside the off-stump. Good delivery, bit of extra bounce there.
Yeah, it's a good delivery, that, wasn't it? He was just defending it, and it bounced and went past his gloves, and he was well beaten. Another day, that's just a little thin nick.
Yeah, and you're gone.
And you're gone. So this is the kind of pitch you need a little bit of luck on as a batsman, because you will get the odd ball, the odd jaffer, if you like, the odd unplayable, and you just hope you survive it.
Just the 2 slips in place now on a gully as Haddon Dolby in and bowls, and Haynes drives slightly across the line, and the ball ends up at mid-wicket, and there is no run. Elsewhere, they're playing in the Test match. England 139 for 2, just trailing now by 32. Joe Root on 44, Jordan Cox on 41. Good player, scored a really good 100 last year at Hove. Jordan Cox, I think he's a good cricketer. I don't know if you've seen much of him, Dermot, but I'm glad to see him get a chance, actually.
Yeah, I have seen him. And he's, for example, he's a dominant right-hander.
Yeah,
that's right-handed. So.
Haddon Dolby in again, bowls, and Haynes clips this one down towards fine leg. It's more than a clip, that was nicely played. He was erring down the leg side, and he's stepped inside the line and clipped the ball down to fine leg, but very fine. And picks up another boundary, does Tom Haynes. He goes to 38 and Sussex to 66 for 1.
So the other player they brought in, or is in England, Emilio Gay, you can see, if you think about it, he's left-hander, but, you know, he's dominant right-handed. So he plays some very pretty-looking cover drive, doesn't he? You know, it's all top hand and timing. While Jordan Cox is, you know, he loves a cut shot, and he loves a pull shot, a sweep.
And Dolby in bowls, and Haynes plays this to mid-wicket, well fielded there, and there is no run. I think he's a good player, and I think he's been a little unfortunate with injuries. He got that injury in New Zealand when he should have made his debut, and he broke his thumb. So he's making the most of his opportunity. Briefly elsewhere in the Championship, Yorkshire 82 for 6 down at Southampton against Hampshire. Hampshire, who beat Sussex in the last round of matches, and sort of clawing their way away from the relegation area. Leicestershire 71 for 4 at Grace Road against Glamorgan. Haddon Dolby in again, bowls. Haynes drives elegantly to mid-off, straight to the field, and there is no run. Somerset 213 for 3 at home to Essex. And Notts in real trouble, 83 for 6 at the Oval against Surrey. In the wickets there, Tom Laws has picked up a good young cricketer A couple of wickets for Matt Fisher as well.
Yeah, he's a good bowler.
Yes, he is.
Fisher gets a lovely outswing.
Elsewhere in Division 2, only 2.4 overs possible at Derby so far, where Durham are 5 without loss. Alan Dolby in bowls to Haynes, who's forward, plays it down the onside of the track. The tall figure of Hannon Dolby picks the ball up, and that is the end of another over. 66 for 1, 18 overs gone. Clark on 17, Haynes on 38. Just to give you those other scores, Gloucestershire 107 for 5 at Cheltenham, actually. I think that is against Worcestershire. Just checked that I've got that right. That game being played, yes, at Cheltenham College. We played there, Dermot?
Yeah, normally a quick wicket. Normally got a bit of bounce in it. That one I got halfway through a hook shot against Sid Lawrence. It went straight up in the air, so I was caught by the keeper. As Barnard is in, and this one is played down to fine leg, and this is going to be a bit of a chase for Hannon Dolby to his left. He gets there. It's a long boundary out there, so it's a comfortable 2, but Barnard just getting a bit too straight to Clark on a couple of occasions. And because of the angle with him bowling round the wicket, you know, it angles into the left-handers, so if they've got a good eye or the bowler gets a bit straight, they can get clipped on the leg side as Barnard bowls. This one's a better line, and Clark is forward, a bit forward quite early there. Occasionally he looks like he rocks onto the front foot a touch early than say moving after the ball's bowled. And he looks like a tall man.
Yes, he is.
Clark, well over 6 foot. He's batting out of his crease as well. But we just watch his first movement here as definitely a prop forward as Barnard bowled that on a good line of length, and it was well played by Clark. So yeah, he just takes a little step forward before the ball's bowled and then looks to move again. So
I always think he's a very stylish player, Tom Clark.
Yeah, beautiful driver, isn't he?
Yes, he is. As indeed many left-handers are.
Yeah. Standing nice and tall to Barnard, and this one is a bit straight, and there's going to be a leg by. Just popped up to where short leg would be, but there was no bat involved, so leg by is the signal.
He's probably, no, I would say definitely the best fielder in the club.
Clark.
Yeah, very good. Very, very good in the outfield, but a very good slip fielder.
I notice he's got the short sleeve jumper on with the 6 martlets.
Yep.
So he's a capped.
He's capped, yes.
He's a capped player. And Barnard comes in around the wicket, and this one is driven through the covers, and it's going to just beat Zen Malik to the cover boundary. So 4 runs to Haynes, who he doesn't need much an invitation to throw his hands through the ball, and that boundary brings up the 50 partnership between these two. So they put on 52 now. And Sussex moved to 73 for 1.
Yeah, I said shot. I mean, I don't think he got all of that, did he? But it was, it looked like a lovely shot.
He got enough of it to take it to the boundaries. Barnard's in, and this one, a bit of a loose drive that gets the inside edge. So what happens there is occasionally Haynes a bit early on the shot. He fancies it, sees it, and goes, I'll go for that. And if he's a bit early, then the face of your bat, if the ball moves a little bit, is going to catch the inside edge. So when it's not a full half volley, you know, that is driving the ball on the up, which is, people would say, fraught with danger, or it definitely has.
Yes, I mean, I can never read Tom's mind, Tom Haynes' mind, but he's just hit a boundary. He sees the next one, it's a half volley. He's thinking, oh, here we go again, and it's...
Yeah.
I don't know, he just...
I don't think it was quite a half volley, though. That's the thing. You know, just if it's a yard shorter than a half volley, then you've just got to wait for it and let it come to you. Play it below your eyes.
Alan Dolby racing in from the City End bowls to Clark, who struck on the pad. Now, Tom Haynes was backing up a long way down the pitch. The ball's ended up at square leg. And there is no run. There was a loud appeal. Just to finish off those other games, to bring you right up to date, Lancashire and Northants, no play so far in that game because of rain. Kent 219 for 4 at Merchant Taylor's School against Middlesex. Zach Crawley making 81. The sun has disappeared, but over the city of Birmingham now, there's lovely blue skies, but behind us, a bit of week, a bit of cloud, bit of blue sky. I think we've been quite fortunate, really, as Hannon Dolby is in again, bowls, and Clark defends onto the onside field at mid-wicket. There is no run. You were talking about Horsham Cricket Club. Certainly Tom Haynes plays his club cricket at Horsham, or has done, and I believe Tom Clark did as well. I need to ask Tom next time I see him, but I think we could well be seeing two Horsham lads out in the middle. Because Sussex always used to play a county championship game there.
One of them's born in Haywards Heath,
yeah.
I think, from a little bit more research.
Yes, I think that's where... it's funny, actually, a few of the Sussex boys show us Haywards Heath. I think that's where the maternity hospital was. In comes Hannon Dolby, bowls to Clark, who defends with a high right elbow down the onside of the track, and there is no run. And actually, you were talking about Horsham earlier, and where the commentary position there is actually in the pavilion, so you're at square leg, but you're right by the loos.
Yeah.
And so when you're commentating, you can hear the flush of the loo, yeah. But Sussex haven't played there, or certainly since COVID, and even before that. It's a lovely cricket ground, and always a good wicket at Horsham as well.
Yeah, I played there a few times.
And Dolby in and bowls, and Clark just makes a late decision to pull the bat outside of the line, goes through to Davis, and there is no run. What other outgrounds in Sussex would you have played at? You'd have played at Arundel, I guess?
Hastings.
Wow.
Arundel, no.
Really?
We've never played a first-class game. I have played there, but
not for Sussex.
Not for Sussex.
Right.
Played for the Duchess of Norfolk.
Okay.
Friendly matches.
We played at Eastbourne at Hastings.
Yeah.
Of course, the ground's no longer there.
In Hastings?
No.
I got out in Hastings. I remember getting out, stumped, not bowled Underwood, and I thought, oh, that's a good one.
Hannon Dolby bowls to Clark, plays into the offside down. There's no disgrace in that, Dermot.
Yeah.
In fact, I would see that as a badge of honour, I think.
I know, I was like, I got out stumped, not bowled Underwood.
Yeah.
That's a pretty good one.
Yeah, that's a very good one. Yeah, two of the very best.
Yeah, we used to have to travel every day, though, so it was a real, to Hastings, back to Hove.
Did you?
Yeah, oh yeah, and Eastbourne.
Yeah, and actually, and that's not the
So
easiest road either. Yeah, a lot of time in the car.
And Tunbridge Wells to Kent, we had to travel back to Hove.
Yeah.
So.
Hannon Dolby again, bowls, and Clark up on his toes and steers that into the offside. There is no run. That's the end of Hannon Dolby's over 73 for 1. 20 overs gone here on BBC Radio WM, BBC Sussex. Adrian Harms, Dermot Reeve, your commentary team. Richard Wilford back with us shortly. Tom Clark on 19, Tom Haynes on 42. The man out, Daniel Hughes, who was caught by Ed Barnard in the gully of Chris Wokes for 11. Yeah, do you think have it easy these days going around on the coach? And
yeah, well, just to take the listeners back to 1983 for a moment, I was a young man who got signed. I then played 28 days near enough in a row. I think it was 28 out of 30. As Barnard is in, and this one is attempted to be driven through the covers, but Haynes didn't get in the best position, didn't time it well enough. But, during that 28 days out of 30, you also had to go play somewhere else on a Sunday and come back and play again at the ground you were at on the Monday again, and it was just so much driving, so much travel, but also you're on the field every day. I was absolutely knackered. Barnard is in, and this one is played off the pads. A bit of ooh and ah that it may have been a bit straight for Haynes to work it, but he did, and he got a single to deep backward square.
But equally, as a young man who wanted to be a professional cricketer, it must have been the dream, wasn't it? I mean, you'd have played all day and all night, I expect.
Yeah, absolutely, but to play with an aching body, to play with your muscles sore, with the lactic acid from the day before, and it was hard to.
Yeah.
It was hard to bowl. Attempted to be a fast bowler. It was hard to bowl at that rate every single day. As Barnard is in, and this one beats Clark on the outside edge. Very good delivery from Barnard, who's a very good all-rounder.
I think he's a fine cricketer. Watched him several times during his career at Worcester when Sussex would be playing there, and I always thought he's one of these players who I thought might be on the verge of an England side. Yeah. He's a good bat. He bowls at a good lick. He's a good fielder. I've always just liked him as a cricketer.
He's round the wicket here and beats Clark on the outside edge. He might have played just inside it deliberately, but he does get a good stride forward, doesn't he?
He does. So you'd have played at Eastbourne?
Yeah, played a lot.
At the Saffrons?
Yeah, played a lot at Eastbourne. Had a few interesting games. Interesting games there.
Yeah, sadly, Hastings now is a big car park and shopping area. And
Barnard in again, round the wicket, and this is a good ball. Angled in and then nips away.
I'm going to leave you, Dermot, because I've got to do an update to listeners, and next voice you hear will be Richard talking to Dermot.
Yeah, it's nice to just reminisce there a bit about days of playing at Outgrounds with Sussex as a young man. Barnard with number 30 on the back of his shirt runs in from the pavilion end, and this one is straight, and Clark plays it to mid-on for no run, but didn't look a very comfortable shot. He just seems to be slightly out of sort of timing with his footwork at the moment, and occasionally it's as though his leg is getting there early and then the bat's following, as opposed to the two, say, together. But he's still there. He's on 19 from 44. Haynes has been the more prolific scorer since the lunch break. He's now on 43. But Sussex are on 74 for 1. Welcome back, Richard.
Hi, Dermot. Yeah, they'll be pleased about that as well. Down to 2 slips for Hannon Dolby, who steered towards mid-on, and there's no run. A gentle touch there from Haynes. And it's been eventful, it's been difficult. They've had a little bit of fortune along the way to only be 1 down, but as the new ball now gets into its 22nd over, that's what you got to do sometimes. You got to get through that new ball and earn the chance to get your runs later.
Yeah, it does seem the kind of wicket, though. I would imagine that if you do, once you eventually break the partnership, that it isn't going to be easy for a new batsman coming in and getting settled again. There is still movement.
Hannon Dolby to Haynes. That one gets up a little bit and again guides out to the leg side. This time it'll be Booth coming in from mid-wicket. Who picks up? Actually, that might not be Booth now. That's probably Young who's in that position. I suspect shorter figure. I think Booth is at cover.
Yeah, they're both wearing caps, aren't they?
Well, I mean,
there's a few wearing caps, actually.
They're all wearing caps other than the bowler.
There's 9 of them, 10 including the keeper. With caps on.
Just need Ollie to bowl with a cap on there. So this one just back of a length and it goes past the top of the bat, the angle of the bat, and he's bowled pretty well here, Hannon Dolby, without any joy. Hasn't really done too much wrong, putting it in the right sort of areas.
Yeah, I mean he's gone past the outside edge a few times, as did Wokes, as did Ethan Bamber, and another day you would have expected a nick or two by now, with the amount of playing and missing that has gone on.
Yeah, nothing has come off the edge, nothing has gone to wicketkeeper or slips with interest. Mosley and Yates stand there waiting. I'll be quite frustrated by that. Hannon Dolby approaches once more, and this is driven into the offside, and it's well fielded in the covers. There'll be no run. It took a little bit of a hop that off one of the used surfaces, but that was well judged.
And we now have an orthodox gully in place, so that's changed since lunch. We've got 2 slips of gully and then the ring of 3. With Zen Malik just behind square, so he's actually at backward point. And then you think that's Michael Booth at cover. It's quite a square extra cover, isn't he? Sort of.
I'm trying to work out who's where at the moment a little bit.
Barnard at mid-off.
And then Dolby in. This is driven but with no power, just up towards mid-off and no run. I could be wrong on mid-wicket and cover. That's the only thing I would say. It could be either or of Young and Booth. It's kind of hard to say from here.
Yeah, we'll just have to ask them to pronounce fish and chips, and that might give it away.
Yeah, I'll nip down. 1 South African accent, 1 Kiwi accent. He was born in Zimbabwe, grew up in South Africa, qualifies as English at the end of this season. It may well be that he was he was on the mid-wicket area all along. He's actually going back to the boundary now. So is Hannon Dolby going to dig it in short, or is he just exercising a bit of kidology? It comes off an inside edge down to backward square leg for a single. Haynes goes to 44, 75 for 1. End of the over. We've still got about 50 minutes to go till the tea interval, as it's now scheduled. As Nathan Gilchrist brings on something for, in fact, takes off Dan Mosley
Jumper.
and Rob Yates jumpers. They've decided they don't need a jumper. Sen Malik, who hadn't worn a jumper in the first 2 passages of play, is wearing one now. And that is your fashion update. You know what I mean. But, yeah. No floppy hats today.
Barnard continues round the wicket to Haynes, who smacks it through the covers for 4. Doesn't even bother taking a couple of steps out the crease. He knew that was 4 from the moment he hit it. Leant back slightly, which sometimes can make the ball go squarer. But he's really climbed into that one from Barnard. He's obviously seeing it well. He's moved to 48.
Yeah, that was splendidly dismissive, wasn't it? And that's going to lead to a boundary fielder going on out to point on the fence in front of the Hollies stand.
Still 2 slips in place and a gully. And this one is pushed up to mid-off and no run. But Haynes looked to be growing in confidence. And just in case there's a few listeners out there wondering what I was going on about, the way Kiwis or New Zealanders pronounce the word chips,
Fish and chips. Oh.
is a bit of a giveaway. Barnard in around the wicket and a big slap from Haynes, but with no timing at all. It goes to extra cover for no run.
Yes, Vance Janney now in extra cover. There's a lot of swing and follow through for a ball that didn't go very far there, but he's a boundary away from his half century on 48 there.
Yeah, I must have just hit the toe of the bat and gone nowhere. And Barnard is in, and this one is pushed at, and I thought there was a nick for a minute. It's played and missed from Haynes, but that does show that there's still quite extravagant movement. That ball has really nipped away from the left-hander as he was attempting to hit it through the offside.
Again, he hasn't got his foot forward. He's reached for that a little bit, but it seemed away from him enough to go through cleanly. A little bit fortunate.
2 balls left in Barnard's over, and this one is a good line and length. And Tom Haynes defended up to mid-off for no run. I mean, there are not many shots that he plays where he just does a very orthodox, soft-handed defensive shot. You know, he's when he even is defending it, there's a bit of a push, and the ball travels up to mid-on or mid-off, which means it is going to carry to slip if Barnard can find the edge. This one again up to mid-on for a dot ball to finish the over. Just the one boundary coming off that.
And it's that firm-handedness that you described there that would be a problem for him potentially if he went up to the next level.
I don't think it's necessarily at levels. There are just certain batsmen that have an ability when they defend the ball and play it late. They just relax their hands and they play the ball, with their bat at a bit of an angle, so the ball will just sort of drop round their feet, or they will defend it into the wicket.
Yeah.
While Haynes looks to get slightly out in front of his front pad, and go what we could describe as going hard at the ball.
Yeah. Alan Dolby. His shadows appearing now as he comes in to bowl, and forwards sturdily in defences. Clark got well forward there.
Yeah, their Clark there, you could see the way he defended. There was no follow through at all, and he just, it's just rolled up the wicket very slowly. So yeah, I don't think that when you talk about next levels, I'm actually a big believer in actually the levels don't really change. It's still a game of cricket, and it's still the same bowler you're facing, whether he's playing in the second team or playing internationally.
And Dolby in, almost turns him around a little bit there, but again defended with soft hands. Back down the wicket.
But what does change, Richard, is a player's perception of the importance of the occasion. So their perceived perception of pressure. There's more pressure on Mark Ramprakash when he plays for England than when he plays for Middlesex. So did he feel more? Was he not quite as relaxed with England than he was at Middlesex?
And Dolby approaches once more. And this one, has it taken a nick this time? There was an appeal from the slips, but not so much from the bowler or the wicketkeeper. The slips were running forward in celebration. Alex Davis wasn't making much of it, and Alan Dolby didn't seem enthused either.
I wondered if it didn't carry.
Might have just died on the wicketkeeper, mightn't it?
Yeah.
Not seen a replay of that just yet. But whether it did touch the bat or not, we may never know. And Dolby will sprint in once more, and that does take an edge, and will go all the way down to third for 4. It's gone between second slip and gully. Would that have been catchable at third? No, probably would have gone down too low. But 4 more to Clark. He goes to 23. It's 83 for 1. And, you know, they've had to work hard and have had a little bit of luck as in return. These two are playing a very good hand for their side, having been put into that. It's not necessarily going to look pretty, Dermot, some days, is it? But 83 for 1 is a good position in these conditions.
Oh, absolutely. And, you know, the 83 has come off 23 overs. So, you know, another day, you think a side might only have sort of 40 or 50 on the board.
There's a few games around the country today that are very much stuck at 2 and over. Alan Dolby in. Again, almost turns him round, but he defends. Back down the track, and there's no run. And most of those matches have got a lot of wickets going down as well. If you took the Yorkshire 101 for 7 against Hampshire in the 45th over, Abbott doing Abbott-like things, 15 overs, 4 for 7.
He's a good bowler, isn't he, when it does a little bit.
He's made his career out of knowing exactly where the top of off stump is.
And nagging accuracy.
Yeah. If you miss it, he's hitting, or he's hitting your pads and you're in trouble. Fine bowler. Alan Dolby once more forward and defending. End of the over. The only runs came off that edge. 83 for 1 Sussex. Similarly, scoring rate low at the Oval. Not 99 for 7 against Surrey. 3 wickets for Tom Laws. Farina with 22, the highest scorer. So that's been hard going, for sure. And you compare that to Somerset, who 240 for 3 against Essex. And going really, really well. As we are going to see Michael Booth with a bit of added pace for the first time today. Oh no, we're not going to see Ethan Bamber. Scrub that, reverse it. Booth had been warming up in the last over. I thought, oh, but no, it's the return of Ethan Bamber.
Yeah, from the pavilion and taking over from Ed Barnard, who bowled 5 overs, no maiden and none for 17. Bamber's got none for 19 off his initial 7 overs with the new ball when it was brand new. He's bowled 3 maidens. And he is now bowling to Tom Haynes, who's on 48, the Sussex captain. And he's worked this square. That's going to take him to 49. Oh, and he nearly got to his half century if it hadn't been for a good diving stop backing up. And he just wanders down now to have a chat with his partner, Tom Clark, who's on 23. Same field, apart from the fact that deep cover has come up to square cover for Bamber. As he's into Clark, and this one is whipped away on the leg side. That's 4 runs. Fantastic shot. No question that was flying to the boundary. Full and 2 straight from Ethan Bamber. And Clark he needs no second invitation off his pads to clip it.
Yeah. There's a lovely wristiness about that shot, wasn't there? It was just worked very elegantly off his pads. At times he doesn't look the most elegant, and then you see shots like that. Got 100 here last year. Probably fancies his chances. The players like certain ground sometimes, don't they?
They sure do. as he's forward here, hits it up to mid-off, and there's a quick single, and he will have to be quick, Haynes, as the throw comes in at his end, at the keeper's end. But comfortably home, but a quick single taken by Clark that just had Haynes for a moment, scrambling to get to the other end, but in the end he was comfortably in. Probably would have been as well if it had been a direct hit. So he's on strike to Bamber. 3 balls left in the over. He's on 49, and he's gone for a big whoosh through the offside. Made no contact at all, and he's done that a few times, and it's as though he can't help himself. If there's a ball full and with a bit of width, he throws everything at it.
It's an odd shot as well, isn't it? He's not a tall batsman. He's got a pace bowler, and it's moving a bit. And it's as if he's trying to hit him over the top.
As Bamber's in, and this one beats him on the outside edge. A good line and length, but at least he was trying to defend it. You know, and tried to play it late with soft hands. It wasn't quite as full as the ball before. But he is in danger here of giving his wicket away if he just plays a bit too extravagantly.
Getting a bit of movement away off the seam, Ethan Bamber, in this over.
Yeah, but it has brought Haynes 49 runs so far to keep playing in that fashion, so he's unlikely to change as he defends the last ball. It's fielded at extra cover, and Sussex, well, if you just look up at the scoreboard, 89 for 1, you'd be thinking, they really are in a prime position, but there is definite help and assistance for the bowlers.
It is going to be Michael Booth now, so he wasn't long delayed. With that black towel hanging out from his trousers. So we'll see him for the first time today. 5th seamer used. They've got slow options in Yates and then to an extent Dan Mosley. But I think we'll see anything other than the seam today. What I would say, we've had some lovely weather for the last 30 minutes or so. We've had some lovely blue sky and some of it's still above us. What is coming next is not as attractive, Dermot.
No, that's low cloud, dark and very set in together, isn't it?
Yeah, so that may not be too far away. Let's see how close we can get to tea. As Booth's first delivery is dabbed down behind square, there's a good call, and the throw is going to miss from Zen Malik. Good bit of backing up on the slide by Alihan Dolby, which gets applause from his teammates. But the danger end actually might have been the bowler's end if Malik had decided to try and test Clark, who'd been called through for a single he wasn't expecting to take, but he does go to 29. As a result, 90 for 1.
Well, Hannon Dolby there at mid-on, he wasn't sure whether the throw was going to be at the keeper's end or the bowler's end, so he didn't know which end to back up. So he hedged his bets and just hung around in the middle and managed to get across there and prevent any overthrows.
Haynes on 49, facing us at ball. He's been caught at second slip by Yates. He won't reach his 50. The ball just back of a length from Booth, gets the edge, and it just carries to one of the best slippers in the game. Yates pouches it, and Haynes, very adventurous innings at times. It's not been straightforward. He's stuck with it, gets to 49, but now he's gone a wicket for Booth, 90 for 2.
Beautiful bowling by Michael Booth, that full attacking length. Just his second delivery, and you know, Haynes didn't do too much wrong there. You have to just give credit to the bowler and to the catcher that on a wicket that's moving about a little, if a bowler gets it on that very attacking length, it forces the batsman to play. Now, I mean, it would have been difficult for him to let that delivery go. It was too straight to let go. It just nipped enough from that full length. It only has to move a couple of inches and it finds the outside edge and carried. And he doesn't play with super soft hands when he defends, so then Nick carried comfortably.
You could be more right about he had to play, because he wouldn't have known whether it was quite hitting off stump or not. It was very, very tight to off stump. It probably would have just missed it, but you have to play in that situation. It's a bit like a goalkeeper diving for a ball that he thinks he's probably hitting the post or going just outside, but you've got to make sure.
Yeah.
You have to. You've got no choice. But that little bit of extra pace as well that Booth brings to the party just helps there. And he bowled really well at Hove against Sussex earlier in the season, did Michael Booth. And, I mean, what an asset he's going to be when he qualifies as a domestic player next year. And Warwickshire have done that a lot over the course of the years, had players come and serve their period to qualify. Sam Hain did as a teenager. Trevor Penny, of course, back in your day, was originally technically overseas. As Booth is in, and forward in defence is the new man, Charlie Tier, who is a wicket-keeper batter. He'll just be batting in this game, but Tier, a youngster, who's making his way in the game. And the first right-hander of the day.
So Will Young's the Kiwi who's out there.
So Michael Booth is the other overseas player in the team today.
You can have two.
Oh yeah, you have two. You can have two. Yeah. You can have more than that on the staff, but you can only play two. As this is back of a length and left alone, outside off stump. I remember an era when Warwickshire used to have two overseas players in an era where you could only play one.
Yeah.
But they used to alternate. That was when Alan Donald first came over, and they'd also got Tony Merrick.
Yeah.
Who he wasn't as the same quality of Alan Donald, but he was pretty fearsome on his day, Tony Merrick.
Absolutely.
I remember a Nat West game, it may have been Oxfordshire, it was either Oxfordshire or Shropshire, and he was only coming off 6 paces, Tony Merrick, because of the opposition, and he was still ferocious off 6 paces. Booth in again, and Tier just dabs this down behind square. Malik is across quickly to his left, and there's no run. And massive shoulders, Merrick. Could hit the ball a long way.
Massive thighs he had as well. Strong legs, and used to bound in. He hit Alan Border in the head.
Yeah.
That Border didn't have a helmet on. God, it was a frightening moment. The short ball bouncer just copped him straight on the side of the head.
This one's clipped off his pad, so Tier off the mark. The final ball of a successful over for Michael Booth. He's the man who's got rid of Tom Haines. 91 for 2, Sussex. As the weather starts to close in again, tea is scheduled for 4:25 today. So we'll see whether we get there, but you can just see now the ground staff are turning around. The ones who have housed themselves on the hover cover are turning around and having a look at what's coming, and the weather is a touch filthy. So Warwickshire will want to get on pretty quickly with this next over to see if they can get another breakthrough. But they are now marching into their positions as well, Dermot, by the look of it.
Yeah, it's I'd probably say we've got 5 minutes. In fact, the umpires are coming together for a chat now, because the last thing they want is to not have the cover on and for the pitch to get wet. But really, you should stay on until it starts raining, shouldn't you?
Yeah, you should, but you can be fairly clear as what is about to happen, I think, at times, and this will be one of those times. We've had 13 overs in this stage. We've had sessions of 4 overs, 9 overs, and now 13 overs. Let's see how far we get into the 14th. And Ethan Bamber.
And he's over the wicket to Charlie Tier. None for 25 at the moment for Ethan Bamber. And this one is well played. And it goes square of the wicket on the offside. Charlie Tier just defending it. But it did race off the bat slightly. And it's well fielded, and the dot ball keeps him on strike.
Just to update people what's going on in the test match. A maiden test half century for Jordan Cox. So taking his opportunity today, 56 not out. Joe Root 52 not out. England are level, 171 for 2.
As Bamber is in over the wicket, and this one swings away from young Charlie Tier, and it goes through to Alex Davies, and there's no run.
Strikes me on the England front. That's a good series for Jordan Cox to get a chance to have a run of test matches now. It's only the 2nd test match he's played in his career so far. But, if he plays all 3 against Pakistan, puts a bit of pressure on other batters.
As Bamber is in, and this one hits Charlie Tier on the body or the pad, probably on the sort of midriff, but via the top of the pad. Good delivery, nipping back.
That's bounced more than he's got any right to expect it's going to, actually. I think it wasn't that short, was it?
No.
It's got up a little bit into the midriff. Yeah, I think he's a little bit sore as well. He's taking a moment, is Charlie Tier. May have brought Charlie's to the eyes.
And the light, it's just got very gloomy. So it won't be that easy to see, but it wasn't very easy to see that delivery for Alex Davies, because that has gone for 4 wides down the leg side. Very wayward from Ethan Bamber. Not sure what happened there in his with his accuracy or with his radar.
He must have been off balance when he released that, because not only was it way down the leg side, but it was quite slow. He's just looking at his hand as if it slipped out.
Yeah.
But that was fired a long way down the leg side.
It looked like the kind of delivery if a bowler was trying something new. I've got this new grip I'm going to try out. I'm going to bowl a knuckleball or something, and just at the point of delivery, he just got it all wrong. It barely hit the pitch.
Yeah. Should we file that under needs more work?
Yeah.
Wow.
He just wants to be hitting the top of off a good line of length here as he comes in, and ooh, that's a good delivery, but well played by Charlie Tier, who gets into a nice position when he plays forward. Gets his weight slightly into the ball, but then he's waiting for the ball. It looks a little bit like Joe Root when he's in his stance and with his footwork. Not a bad fella to copy. And he's nicked it. Well, they've appealed, but no, not out, says the umpire. And Charlie Tier didn't look behind him. There might have been a bit of the noise. It might have been his bat just scratching his pad.
My instinct looking at the pitch is that I don't think he's got anything on that. And a little bit of a showbiz appeal from Ethan
Yeah,
Bamber.
wasn't it? but also from the keeper and slips. It was.
Yeah.
It was a bit of a.
Yeah, I don't think he's touched that. The replay that I've just seen from behind the batter, I don't think he has.
As this one has played the backward point for no run to finish the over. The umpires are looking at each other. But we're going to carry on for now because Michael Booth's got his jumper off.
Yeah, the Bears will be very keen for Booth to get another bowl here, another over in, before any further delay to play. Notionally 37 overs left to play today. The tee at 425, you're probably be looking at 30 overs in the final section of the day. But I do suspect interruption is not too far away. Here's Booth hurtling in from the Birmingham end, and that's very full, dug out by Clark up towards mid-on. And there's no run, for all the fact that he's got pace and can bowl a pretty mean short ball. He's a short, stocky bowler, Michael Booth. He is very willing to use the full delivery as well. The Yorker remains a fine delivery when used sparingly.
Yeah, you can see his arm speed.
Yeah.
He's what you describe as a bit of a skiddy type bowler, but he plenty of pace to the wicket.
He's sharp in again, and this is guided round the corner for a single down to long leg by Clark. He's to 30, 97 for 2. He's also shown this season real improvement with the bat as well. 40 odd at Hove earlier in the year, then a half century that got them an extra batting point in the match against Nottinghamshire at Trent Bridge. He strikes a clean ball, does Michael Booth. I think he's only going to get better at that element of the game. It gives them a little bit of flexibility to have him batting at 9 and periodically 8, depending who else is in the seam attack. He's in there to Tier, who leaves that alone on length, and it was outside off stump anyway.
So he's not really a dissimilar cricketer to Jordan Thompson.
He's quite a bit quicker there.
He's a bit quicker.
And not as good a bat as Jordan Thompson.
Right.
I mean, Jordan's unlucky to be missing out in this game, but he and Nathan Gilchrist were in the 13. They will play a significant part in these next 6 weeks, with 6 successive weeks of Championship cricket.
Yeah.
Booth again draws Tier forward. His habit of setting off on a run before saying no is starting to give Clark palpitations, as Barnard was in quickly to do the fielding, but there's no run. Clark nearly set off that time.
I'm just wondering whether anyone's ever noticed that Tia has similar mannerisms to Joe Root.
Mannerisms is the word. The way he holds himself. I mean, he's a shorter man, but yeah. I mean, there's no reason not to imitate that, is there? Joe Root's as good as it comes, and he guides this off his pads down to long leg for a single. Chris Wokes does the fielding. 98 for 2. Tia is up to 2. You always see people being emulated. It's like the floodlights are being switched on there. You know, Joss Butler with that little shoulder wiggle when he's settling his stance there. Everybody seems to want to do the shoulder wiggle.
They do, don't they?
It's just an affectation. Whereas Joe Root doesn't seem to have any affectations. It's all about being ready and steady. This ball is allowed to go past off stump, end of the over. So the light has diminished to the extent that we have a floodlight on. Might be another one that we can't see. But they do tend to come on bit by bit in this situation. Clouds that are coming, some of them are quite low, so could do them skirting the ground. They're coming quite slowly though, because...
but there is a patch of blue, isn't there? They might not be that thick. I can still see a slight patch of blue.
They're moving so slowly at the moment. It'll take a while to judge what they're going to do. It's a prickly time to be batting, I would think.
As it's Ethan Bamber in again, and this one is wide of off stump and let go by Charlie Tia. It started off wide, so it was easy to judge that you're not going to play at that delivery.
Just to give you advance warning, in a couple of minutes' time I'll interrupt to be able to do a report, but I'll let you know.
3 slips in place for Ethan Bamber as he comes in from the pavilion end, and this one has been edged. Definitely. Couldn't believe it. It really looked for all money that there was a deviation off the edge of the bat, and Bamber just ran through as though he was convinced, but that must have been prodigious movement for that not to be an edge.
It has swung after it's gone past the bat. And he's trying to get his bat away from it. It was very, very close. But again, I think the umpire has got that correct. From behind the batsman, it should be a bit clearer. Yeah.
Well, he's taken it in front of first slip.
Yeah.
But they're not upset, are they?
No.
And that one's carried through. No shot offered.
What some of these deliveries bear out, that I think Sussex will be delighted that whether we get as far as T or whether we have an earlier introduction, if they're only 2 down with what the ball has been doing, they are going to be very, very pleased. What they've done is stick to it. They've shown themselves to be mentally strong. If you play a miss, put it out of your mind, play the next delivery on its merit. That's all you can do.
Bamber is in again, bowls is slightly wide of the crease and it skittles along the ground, bounces a couple of times before reaching Alex Davies, and there's no run.
Why is that kept so low?
There's been a couple, haven't there? One was wide of the left-handers off stump earlier from in the piece by Bamber. That one was very wide of Charlie Tia's off stump, but two deliveries have stay very low. As Bamber's in again, and this one bounces off a good line of length and moves away. Charlie Tia says, I'm not going to play at that. And with 1 ball to go, square leg gets moved out to deep square, in front of square. That's to put the batsman, a thought in the batsman's mind, is this going to be a short ball? Sometimes it's the double bluff and he'll go for a straight LBW. But he bowls it outside off and Charlie Tia just lets it go through to the keeper, and there's a no run.
Well, don't listen to the 2 locals. This is Richard Wilford at Edgbaston, where Sussex in fading light are 98 for 2 against Warwickshire. A breakthrough in this session came from Michael Booth, introduced to the attack. It was only his second delivery of the day that saw Tom Haynes nick off to Rob Yates at second slip for 49. Good ball from Booth. Sussex have done very well though in difficult conditions, the ball moving around, the light not ideal. Clark is on 30, Charlie Tier with him on 2, Sussex 98 for 2. An update for listeners of BBC Radio WM and BBC CWR as Booth comes in, he strikes his man on the pad and he's been given out LBW. If he got a nick, he was caught anyway, but the decision, I'm pretty sure, has come for LBW. And that is a second breakthrough in 3 overs from Michael Booth. And as we close in potentially on a bit more disruption, a crucial third wicket. It's 98 for 3. And Clark goes for 30 as I'm rejoined by Adrian Harms.
Well, it's a big blow for Sussex, Richard, in particular as it looks as if the weather might well be closing in. Tom Clark, who's his first championship game since the end of May after he injured his knee, he looked relatively comfortable. Looked like Charlie Tier was the one who was having most trouble against Ethan Bamber. But I agree with you, I think that was an LBW decision.
Yeah, and just seeing the replay from behind the arm, it's hitting 2/3 up middle.
Yeah. And
it's pitched on. And if he thought he got a nick, he was also caught in the gully. So that's not going to save him either. Yeah, so, but it's a plum LBW. And Booth, 2 for 4. It's easy in hindsight to say that he could have come into the attack earlier because actually the rest of the attack were bowling fine. They've had batters playing and missing. We saw Chris Wokes forcing a number of inside edges that were going past the stumps. So you could argue that he's actually come on at exactly the right time, and therefore taking those wickets. And now 2 new batters at the crease, one in Charlie Tier, for whom days like this are part of the early part of his learning curve, in coming in tricky conditions.
Yes.
And for James Coles wanting to put probably an indifferent 100 behind him a little bit.
Yeah, I think he had a very difficult 100, James Coles. I don't think he was. I mean, James can't determine the sort of price that you bought for in an auction, but I think he was as surprised as anybody that he got picked up that huge amount of money. I mean, the best part of £400,000 in the 100, and I just wondered whether that weighed on James a little. He's still a young man. He's only 21 years of age.
Here's Booth, 3 slips in place, comes in to bowl to Coles, who comes forward and pushes it behind square to backward point, and it's picked up there by Zen Malik.
Sorry, 22 he is, James, now, but he hasn't had a great season with the bat. He made a big double 100 at Hove against Glamorgan, but he's he's a very, very fine young player. But I just wonder whether all the palaver around, there was a lot of media coverage of that auction as well, whether you wouldn't be human if that didn't affect you.
He awaits Michael Booth once more. That goes past the outside edge and through the wicket keeper. Booth is trying to make this moment count.
He's bowled very well, isn't he?
It's another really good delivery. I think with Coles, he was the victim of a moment in the auction where several teams suddenly got really competitive with each other and ended up with somebody overpaying. You sometimes see that on those sort of house auction programmes on the TV, where somebody gets a bit carried away, a couple of other bidders in the market, and somebody ends up paying too much as he defends the ball up towards mid-on. Does Coles up to Hannon Dolby, and there's no run. And you're absolutely right, it's not his fault.
No.
That happened.
No. And it came on the back of a very good performance in the South African T20 where he made a lot of runs. He didn't play in the first 4 or 5 games of the competition, but once he did play, he made a huge impression, and that was the basis upon which that price was arrived at. And I just think it's probably weighed a bit heavy on him, if I'm being honest, Richard.
And he moves across his crease as Booth comes in again, gets into line and defends it out into the offside. It gets murkier and murkier. There's more floodlightage on now, but I'm not sure we can continue too much longer.
I mean, away to our left, which is very poor radio, I'm aware of that. There are some breaks in the cloud and some lighter blue sky, but I'm not at all sure which way this heavy cloud is whether it's coming towards us, or I rather think it is actually. But we're staying on for the time being.
It's just moving slowly at the moment, which doesn't help. Booth again whipped off his pads behind square. That should be a single out to Janney. 99 for 3, end of another successful over for Michael Booth. He's 2 for 5. Coles has 1, Tier has 2. And it's going to be Ethan Bamber to continue. Chris Wokes had been doing some stretching. There's a van at the far end of the building site where the new hotel and the Dennis Amos stand are being built, and it has flashing lights all day for reasons best known to its occupant or owner, and those lights are getting brighter and brighter as they flash and more distracting. I'm hoping that the players can't see them behind on the height of the fence, because there's about an 8-foot fence that's in front of there, but it's actually flashing a bit off the fence that goes up into the stand.
Well, credit to the umpires who are keeping. I mean, Warwickshire will be desperate to stay on the field here because these are ideal bowling conditions, and Ethan Bamber looking to exploit them as he runs away from us. Comes into bowl to the right-handed James Coles, who's forward and plays defensively with head right over the ball, plays it into the offside. There is no run. 3 slips. There's a point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. Hughes for 11, Haynes for 49, Clark for 30, all back in the pavilion. But it's been a good bowling day as in comes Bamber, bowls, and that's down the leg side, and Cole's looking to help that one on its way towards fine leg, rather misses out and is taken down the leg side by a scurrying Alex Davis.
In Division 2, reward for the fine people of Derby if they've been hanging around. They're finally back on against Durham. They had 16 balls earlier in the day. They've had another 14 balls and they're still on the pitch. 5 overs gone in that match.
Yeah, we've perhaps been lucky to get the amount of overs that we've had. We're only in the 31st of the day as Bamber races in again, bowls to James Coles. That's wide outside the off stump, and Coles resists the urge to drive that away through the covers, lets it go through to keeper Davis, and there is no run.
He's had the odd very loose ball in this spell.
He has.
The one that went for 5 wide. It's
Yes,
crikey, but
yeah, that was a long way down the leg side. James Coles, that's interesting, yeah. Well, he's a player with huge potential. In fact, during the 100, in fact, the umpires are now going to have a natter, and I wonder if this is about the light, or maybe there's a bit of light rain falling. I think there might be some rain falling, you know.
if there's rain, they're going to go. I'm trying to see it. Oh, yeah, it does look to be a little bit of rain in the air.
Yeah,
and there are umbrellas up away to our right.
Yes.
And people getting out of the rain. So I think we will come off at 4:10. So tea will be taken 15 minutes early, because there's no doubt they'll declare tea now, and then we'll get some idea as to whether we're going to be able to get back on. I would have to suggest that if we had half an hour of rain, we may struggle to get back on today. We will see. There was the suggestion of thunderstorms in the area a bit later today, so we'll see whether that might happen. But we find ourselves interrupted with the score on 99 for 3. That double breakthrough from Michael Booth, changing the complexion of the day. Tom Haynes caught at second slip by Rob Yates for 49, and Tom Clark trapped LBW very much plumb for 30. Sussex have been pretty obdurate. It could have been an even more difficult day than it's been, given the circumstances. They've stuck at the task really well, and might still just about be the happier of the two teams. But tea will be taken now. The covers are on. Hopefully we'll get a resumption. When that does happen, you'll be able to follow it here, of course, via the BBC Sport website on the cricket pages. But for now, we have a delay, and we'll take tea with Sussex in their first innings on 99 for 3. 1-2, 1-2. This is Richard Wilford at Edgbaston, where not for the first time today the outfield is festooned with covers here and rain has halted play. Not before Warwickshire had made a vital double breakthrough. Sussex 99 for 3 now. Michael Booth striking twice in his first 3 overs. Haynes caught at second slip by Rob Yates for 49 and Tom Clark trapped LBW for 30. Looking doubtful we'll get a resumption today. Sussex 99 for 3.